Okay. Ready to go to space? Oh my goodness. Let's do this. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to make another painting by another one of my favorite moments in history. And I just realized that I haven't printed today's outline, so maybe this is kind of a cool thing because it's kind of fun for people to see how to print out these outlines. Let me just move this right into the foreground here, because today what we're going to be doing is we are going to be painting this image, which is a kind of a composite of a few different photos that I've stitched together to create this picture. And it's actually the Space Shuttle Discovery on one of the very last missions it did, featuring the Canadarm, which is the main subject of today's episode, even though it comprises a very small part of the overall image. So it's actually the Space Shuttle Discovery, which I've taken another image of Columbia's the nameplate on Columbia and replaced it. This is a different image of the Earth. and then I've rotated it and done a bunch of different. So this is an image that never existed, and we're going to paint it, which is actually, often what a lot of artists throughout history have been doing, is taking images, sketches, and combining them, photoshopping them before Photoshop existed, into one image. So I'm going to take some paper, put it into my printer. Let's turn this printer on. And then I'm going to print this image, which is in the Dropbox folder down below. And I'll show you that in a second here. But let's print this. I'm just going to print this image, and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. We're going to let that print. And then I'm going to stitch it. I'm going to transfer it onto this canvas. Now we have a 9x12 sized canvas. So I'll let that do its business. One second here, maybe you'll see this appearing out here, right here in a moment. And so this is just printing the image out onto a regular piece of paper. Well, actually, this is cardstock, just because I don't have regular photocopy paper. So, and then I just move my printer away. And these extra little pieces of paper I'm going to put away. Okay, now that I've got this image printed out, and just to give you also a little heads up, this is a painting we made, what, 3 weeks ago, a month ago? I'm not sure how long ago that was. And I'm suspecting we'll be doing something fairly similar to today's painting, although maybe the colors of the Earth will be a little bit different. So this here was Alouette 1, which was Canada's first satellite, the first satellite that was launched into space that wasn't a Canadian or an American or Russian or Soviet, I guess at the time, satellite. Actually, before I do that, let's tape this down. Okay. Now there is a horizon line here, and I'd like for it to be straight, but just like this, it's going to get kind of fuzzy. So it's not going to be such a... We'll see if we can try to keep it straight as we go here, and you'll probably see me 20 minutes from now going, oh, this is frustrating, come on. So, but it's really, and sometimes when that line needs to be very straight, I'll use a ruler to position it, but I think we will get to that situation when it arises. So I've now just put a little bit of carbon paper in between these two sheets, and this carbon paper I've used many times. I don't know if you could see, and I'm going to continue using it really until it stops being useful. So sometimes people think like, oh, I use the carbon paper once, that's garbage. I think you can use it maybe 20 times. Basically, the only time it stops being useful is if you're going over the same pencil marks over and over and over again. Let me just get a ruler for... I generally avoid rulers, but sometimes it just makes things go a little bit faster, right? And I'm all about that. And these are a couple of lines that are kind of the shading. So I'll get those in. I'm debating how many lines I want to put on the inside here. You know, like our background, let's just get this in fairly rough. Some of these things here, I don't know. I'll just put that in there because basically what I'm looking at, let's right, like that's, we have kind of the top of the fuzziness and this is the bottom of the fuzziness. So there's a few of those little kind of things. I am just going to make sure that line is pretty straight. Oh, I didn't mention that you can download this image from the Dropbox. There's a link in the Dropbox folder. If you go down in there, you'll see all of these different, these are all images that we've done as part of this series. And we click in here, you will see 3 files. One is the original, and then there's 2 tracings I did. One's a JPEG and one's a PDF. Right, essentially all the same thing, right? Some people just find it easier to print a PDF, or some people can't even print JPEGs off on their computer. So that's why I include the PDF there to help people. And I'm so excited because I have just finished doing all of the outlines for all of the upcoming episodes until the beginning of January. So the next 2 months of episodes are already, all the infrastructure, all the behind the scenes stuff that you guys don't see. I've been working on all of this past week, every day, like 9 to 5, putting the next 2 months of episodes together. Which is a lot of work, oh my goodness. But when it's all, you know, when I get all that done, it's so satisfying because it means that I can, the major planning and prep for all those episodes is all done. And really the only work that needs to be done before is when I do a little bit of putting together the paragraph at the beginning of every episode that says this painting is a by this artist, and this is their biography. So I do research, usually starting about the week before every episode airs. So all these windows, I don't even know if I'm going to bother doing, well, let me see the texture on the earth. Yeah, let's just do this real quick. Okay. So once we've got all that done, we can just peel. Actually, before I peel out, let's just make sure the most important stuff is there. Looks like it's good. Okay. Let's peel this off. And this image you can keep. Now I've got a reversed image if I should want it. I don't know why. But you can put that in your recycling bin or give it away to someone else to make their own version of the same painting. Once a month we gather together and I take all the images off our Facebook group, which reminds me to do a little pitch for that. If you take a photograph of the painting you make today and you upload it to the Facebook group, I'm going to take a look at these towards the end of November and give people feedback on all the incredible paintings they've been working on. Like some of these beautiful artworks that people did for Remembrance Day just the other day, or Veterans Day in the United States, right? Beautiful artworks. Way to go, everyone. Okay. Before I get into what the Canadarm is and what the Space Shuttle was, because there's certain people who are like, what is the Space Shuttle? I've never even heard of such a thing. It was a big part of my childhood, I'll tell you that. Let's put some, I'm going to put my typical yellow color onto this painting to get it started. So to do that, let's, I've got a lot of tubes of paint that are on their last legs here. And that's just because I think this might be the third tube of paints that I've bought to do these episodes. Which, you know, we've done, what, 156 paintings so far. And to have used 3 tubes of each color over that period of time, I think is really exciting. Some people would say that, wow, that's a lot of paint. I would say, wow, that's a lot of paintings that we got out of those tubes of paint. So, I'm just going to put some paint on these palettes while I've got this out. Oh, that's a lot of cool blue, but that's okay because we're going to be making a black out of it. So usually I just put a very small amount of paint onto the palette. And then the last one to go is white. I do have black, but I don't think I've used black on any of my space paintings, which is, you know, something that would probably surprise most people, because you'd think like, oh, you're going to make a painting of space, of course there's going to be tons of black in there. But like in this painting, I'm trying to think, I don't think this is black. I think that's a color that I mixed. I can't, which I think is, yeah, again, for a new painter or someone new to painting, that is very surprising. So I'm going to use this tool to get the last little bit of white out of this tube. You can see it goes from being solid in here to now being semi-transparent. You can see my fingers behind here. I'm going to do that one more time. Oh, that's so satisfying. Because then I can cut this open and get at paint. I think I'll just leave that like that for now, because I think there's still a little bit left in here. Okay, long story short, got paint, all my paints out onto the canvas. Now I'm going to put some white, or put this yellow, put water into this yellow. There's a little bit. Oh, I think I do need a bit more. Well, there we go. The ratios don't have to be perfect. Obviously, the more water in there, the more transparent the color will be. And also, the faster it will dry. Depending on, of course, how thick you apply that wet paint. But one of the main reasons I put water into my paint, and this is the only time I ever put water into my acrylics, is to speed up the drying process, because I'm here live on camera and people are watching, and no one is, I don't usually hear from people saying, you know, I love watching paint dry. So I want to try to speed through that process as quickly as possible, especially at the beginning of an episode, because I know some people prep their canvas and they're ready, they've got to this stage and they're sitting here waiting for the class to begin, and they're like, oh man, because I think that happens a lot these days, as where people who've been watching a lot of these episodes, you know what, I'm just going to tune in about 25 minutes into the episode, because that's when the painting will actually begin, putting the application of other colors onto the canvas. So you could skip this step entirely if you wanted. There's a lot of people who do, and there's a lot of people, teachers on YouTube, who paint directly onto the white canvas or the gessoed canvas. This is just the you know, putting a colored ground like this is a very traditional way of painting, going all the way back to Leonardo da Vinci and the Renaissance, Italian Renaissance painters. So you don't have to do this, and putting this warm yellow like I do is definitely something that probably I'm the only one that does do this. Most people would use a rusty brown, a warm reddish brown, but it takes a while to mix that color unless you're using it right out of the tube. And I want to get to painting as quickly as possible, and also I like the way this warm yellow infuses every painting that I make with this warmth, right? So I'm going to let this dry for a few moments, and while that's drying, let's just kind of do a quick summary of what the Canadarm was and is, because now Canadarm 2 is on the International Space Station, orbiting the Earth at this very moment. Well, I don't know if you're watching this 500 years from now, maybe, who knows what's going on. Maybe we're on Canadarm 500, and they're also building Canadarm 3, which will be a part of the Lunar Gateway project, which is, you know, we're going to start sending astronauts back to the moon over this next decade. And Canadarm 3 will be a part of that mission as well. But let's go back to Canadarm 1. I gotta get my fingers right. Canadarm 1. So Canadarm 1 made its first appearance on the space shuttle Columbia that was launched into space on November 13th, 1981. And was up there sort of just as a test for 2 days. I think it landed back on Earth on the Space Shuttle Columbia. Let's see, let's get this right. Oh, I have it right up here. Sorry. It launched November 12th and then came back on November 14th. And while it was up there, they had the Canadarm moving around to test it. It didn't deploy anything because it was the first use of the Canadarm. So they just want to make sure it works before they actually put it into service. The other thing that's interesting about STS-2, which is the nomenclature for the space shuttle mission, is it was the second space shuttle to go into space, and it was actually the first time that the same vehicle went back into space. Prior to this mission, which again was the first time that the Canadarm was launched into space, it was the very first time that something that had gone into space and come back to Earth had gone back into space. So that was one of the main features of the space shuttle, is it was this reusable rocket system. And that was revolutionary for its time. Oddly enough, after having the space shuttle, 40 years of the space shuttle, I think people realized it's actually maybe a little bit cheaper to build these things from scratch and throw them into space rather than bringing them back to Earth and then having basically to deassemble the whole thing to see if there's any problems and then reassemble it. So you do see some things like some of the newer technology. Some of the SpaceX rockets are landing, but the actual crewed compartment is recycled rather than being reused. Anyway, long story short, so the whole purpose of the Canadarm was to help the space shuttle and then later the International Space Station. Come on, let's get rid of this thing here. Manipulate things and pull them outside of the cargo bay doors of the space shuttle. Because you have to remember, the space shuttle and the International Space Station are orbiting the Earth at about 28,000 kilometers an hour, right? Which is extremely fast. You're talking about the speed of a bullet, and it's traveling super, super fast. So taking something out of the space shuttle and launching it into space like a satellite is very, very dangerous, right? So you don't want just to throw it out into space and then it to collide with the space shuttle. You want to pull it out, put it as far away as possible, and then let go, right? Let's do that again so you can see on camera. Pull it out of the space shuttle, whoop, and then you let go of it at a safe distance so that it doesn't kind of shoot back, right? You're trying to get it onto the same orbital trajectory as the space shuttle so that they're not going to converge and crash, because that would be disastrous, right? So they started working on this design of the Canadarm all the way back in 1969 when Canada, or the Canadian Space Agency, partnered with NASA. How did this go this way here, right? So these two organizations partnered together to form, to deploy different things into space. And the United States was quite impressed with Canada's construction of a similar arm like this to work inside of nuclear reactors, kind of pulling up all of these rods. We're like, wow, if it can work inside of a nuclear reactor, managing, highly radioactive material, maybe that same device could do things in outer space. So, it's not till 1981 till this is actually put into practice, but it becomes an essential part of every space shuttle mission. It flies on all 5 space shuttles, and it flies 90 times. Of course, there's 5 different arms that are used in various different space shuttle missions, and one is destroyed aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger when it explodes in the late 80s. So, oh, this is still a little bit wet. I'm gonna blow dry this. And let's get painting here. There's lots of photos I want to show, but I want to get... So just wanted to show a few of these great photographs from the, this Canadarm. There's not just deploying things from the inside, but it's also being used to pull and move the astronauts away. You can see how they can strap to it and they can control it using basically like a video game controller while they're in space. And this was an essential part of the early part of the space station, before the space station even had its own arm, is that when astronauts were up there fixing like telescopes, etc., you don't want them just flying off into space. If they can be attached to the space shuttle, then there's a likelihood that they're going to come back with the space shuttle when it lands again. Okay. So enough background, let's get right into the painting here and start making this artwork. So as I normally do, what I'm going to start by doing is painting a little bit of the background, and then we're going to move into painting the foreground. So if we look at this image here, what I'll probably start by doing is painting this kind of a dark color, and then some of this color down here for the Earth, and then we'll paint the bit of the space shuttle. Then we'll come back, we'll finish off the background and the Earth, and then we'll finish the space shuttle. So I'm just thinking about how I want to manage the the fade between the Earth and space, and to try to, because I really like the effect we got here. If I just sort of tilt it, you can kind of see that same sort of thing. So basically, it doesn't really matter which one you start with. It's just when we come down to this area where we blend them together. So let's mix a really dark color to begin with and apply that in the background. So I'm going to take some of this cool blue and cool red and make a really dark color. Now I'm also going to put some cool yellow into it, because that's basically going to turn this color into a gray, which is what we want. We want something like a very, very, very dark gray. Kills off all of the saturation here. Need a bit more yellow because it's still very purpley. And now it's a bit on the greener side. Maybe I'm going to make this a little bit on. I'm putting a bit more cool blue in here. Right now it's a bit on the greener side. I don't mind that because maybe it's going to give the sky a small kind of hint of cool blue, almost like reflecting from the Earth. So you could go for a black, but I'm going to paint this in here. Again, this is not the final color that I want, that I'm ultimately going to use. I'm not worried about overlapping these shapes at all. We're going to paint that white in a moment. Canadarm, it's going to disappear here for a little while, because if I just try to paint all the way around that very small shape, oh my goodness, it's going to drive me absolutely bonkers. So goodbye Canadarm, goodbye Canadarm. We'll see you in an hour when we finish the background. Okay. And then I'm also just sort of trying to make sure I don't have any major texture here that could make my life difficult, because that texture could reflect light and then cause some weird situations where it looks like there's lines or things flying in the air, and no matter how much black you put on there, they'll still be there because the light is going to hit that texture. So I just want to try to avoid having too much texture in that particular vicinity. And then I'm just sort of fading this out a little bit here. Okay. So you can see that's still very streaky and all that kind of stuff. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Totally fine. We're still just getting started here. So now let's put, how should we do this down here? I want to do, I really like this yellow and orange, which is one of the reasons why I chose this painting. So we've got, I think what I want to do maybe is take this same color, and I want to use a lot of it. I'm gonna think about getting that up to about here. Should I clean this brush? Maybe it's a good idea to clean. Sometimes I really like using the same brush without cleaning it for a while, but since we're going for a yellow, I think we want it to be a little bit less dirty, right? And having said that, look, there's some paint still on here. That's okay. Let's take a good heap of white. So this is my cool yellow, and I don't mind using cool yellow even though it's, you know, kind of in the bottom of the picture, which typically is our foreground, but it's also still way far behind the space shuttle, right? If we put too much warm yellow down here, it's going to start kind of making it maybe like the space shuttle is about to crash into the ground, that it's very, very low to the ground because of how close it would seem. So we want to still make it very evident that even though this is closer to us than maybe the horizon, it's still like hundreds of kilometers away from the space shuttle, which is right up here in the foreground. So, you know, let's just paint this right across here. I was going to sort of paint it around, but you know what? Let's just, like, I was going to try to get some of that texture in the ground, but you know what? Especially at these early stages of the painting, I just want to get as much paint on here as possible. You can see there's a little bit of other color coming out of my brush as I paint. So one thing I'm just going to do is just, with all of this extra paint on my brush, I'll just blend it right out. Okay. That's cool. So now let's do the space shuttle itself, and this is just going to be mostly white, but I'm also going to put a little bit of warm yellow in here just to, again, counteract this cool yellow at the bottom. I want to put some warm yellow into this base layer up here. You know, essentially what, again, just for anyone who's new, warm colors appear to come forward, cold colors appear to recede. And so especially if we're using a warm yellow, or we have two yellows side by side and we want to create space between them, using a warmer yellow will make it look like it's closer to us than a cool yellow. We'll kind of go behind. So that's what we're going to do here. So even though this is white, and I might glaze over, make it more white as we go, but let's take some of this white. That's a lot of warm yellow. I don't want it to be that warm, but it might be even. Actually, you know, well, let's take a bit more. Just dilute it a little bit more. There we go. Now, the one thing that I want to be careful with is by using this, anytime you use white and you paint with white, it's going to obliterate everything that was there before, right? So unless you paint it very, very thin, which is what I'm going to kind of attempt to do here. So let's maybe I'll just show that from above here. So you can see how, even though it's white, I can still see some of my pencil lines in below here, and that's important so that I don't get completely lost later on. I also don't mind if I go a little bit outside the edges. My goal is to kind of hide all of the yellow, or not hide it, just to go over top of it. And what this is going to do is it's going to give the space shuttle just this nice little bit of warmth. I think generally you want anything you paint to have a kind of warm, radiant kind of quality. It just sort of is something that most people are attracted to, and as opposed to making something look cool or cold. If you do that to a person, it makes the person sort of look dead or kind of evil. And it might not even be something that people looking at the painting are immediately aware of, but they might just be like, huh, there's something about this painting that gives me the shivers. Right? And maybe you want people to feel that way. There's certainly lots of artists that use different techniques to elicit certain feelings from viewers. So it's just like, if you want to be able to control people's reaction to the paintings as much as possible, right? Not just leaving it up to chance. Okay. Cool. So now we've got the whole painting, our initial stages of the painting anyway, the underpainting, begun. I wouldn't say it's complete, but it's certainly well established here. So if we just sort of look at these, again, you're probably like, well, that's not exactly the right white. I could potentially have painted white right over top of this without any yellow, because some of that yellow in behind would come. But the one benefit of putting even just a little bit of that warm yellow in is it's going to lower the transparency level of, or the, yeah, make that white a little bit more transparent. Which again, if I want to be able to see my pencil lines later, is very helpful. Okay. So, what should we do next if we look at this and have a sip of tea? Well, back that out a bit here. I don't. Well, you know, we'll do the background and this fade probably pretty soon here. I'm a little bit hesitant to do too much work on the space shuttle before we get the background kind of, you know, established, because we're going to start, we might be painting a little bit over top of these wings, and why go to all that effort of painting all of this detail on here when we might get some color from the background over top of them and have to repaint it and redo all that work. So I think right now everything's still very wet, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow dry that, and then let's I think we'll do the ground down here coming up. So some of these blues and oranges are really, more specifically, this is the area that I'm most concerned about. Like some of this detailing down here, I think that might even be something I do much later on. But really this area right in here and then up there is where I'm going to probably focus the next 20 minutes of the episode. So I'm going to blow dry this just to speed up the drying time. So Lori asks in the chat there, what type of light do you paint under? I've struggled with my light sources. I just got new lights that I can adjust the Kelvin and brightness. What do you suggest for settings? So the lights that I use are daylight balanced. So daylight bulbs. So for instance, the lights that I have right now, I can adjust them to be white or give them a little bit more warmth. And I don't know the exact Kelvin temperature, but it's basically as white as possible. And the reason why I like that is, first of all, it helps when making a video, but also the colors are, I guess, as true to what the I'm also painting images based off of my computer screen, which is also white balanced, right? I haven't done any color correction to my lights on the screen, because you can calibrate the screen. I just, right out of the box, leave it, because there are some apps that will dim the brightness of your screen later at night, which will make it not only just dim the brightness, but it will also kind of give it a warmer filter, so everything kind of goes a little bit more like a warm yellow. And that can be fine on your iPad or your phone at night, but if you're trying to reproduce what you see on a computer screen when you're painting, that is a nightmare scenario, right? Because it'll be very, very confusing, especially if you start your painting at 7 o'clock and then you continue painting and the screen starts changing color, and by 10 o'clock you're painting from a very different colored screen, right? So if I was to go buy light bulbs, so I've got professional lighting set up here. Again, thanks to your donations, I really appreciate everyone's support. All 10,000 subscribers out there, I'm so honored to have so much support. And all the donations that you guys contribute to the show just goes back into making the show better, right? But let me even just see if I can, on the back of one of these here. It doesn't say, it just says there's an adjustment for yellow and white, and I've got it cranked all the way up to the white and 0 on the yellow. So I don't, but I essentially it would be like a daylight bulb. Now, you can get daylight bulbs that are extra blue, and that I would discourage, because then you're just going the opposite direction, right? Too much blue will also affect the colors you see, but often people in their homes have like warmer colored light bulbs that have that orangey kind of quality. Like most night lamps next to your bed have a warmer yellow quality, which again is great because it tells the brain it's time to go to sleep. If you put like cool light bulbs everywhere in your house, daylight bulbs, it tells the brain, wow, it's middle of the day, time to wake up, right? So anyway, long story short, great question, Lori. Let's I'm gonna go back down to here, and then we'll bring some cool blues up into the sky, and then we'll darken down over top of it. Okay, so let's look at this image. Now, it does appear that there's a bit of warm blue in here, but for our sake, I'm just going to go cool blue because it can be a little bit confusing for a beginner painter. So what I want to do is I'm going to take some of this cool blue. Let's go right over here. I'm also going to take a bit of white. It's going to help it recede backwards into space. Maybe even a bit more of that. And then I'm going to take some of my satin glazing liquid here, which is just going to make this more transparent and easier to blend with. Okay, and then paint on this, and you can see we can go, you know, if we want, depending on how accurate you want to get to this image, we can go pretty far down the arm of this spaceship. Let's do the other side as well. Remember what I was just saying about, I want to be able to go over top of the spaceship a little bit as I'm blending to kind of get really nice, even colors here. Okay, and then I'm going to start coming up into space here. And there's no harm in going high up here, right? I can keep on going quite high, and then we can decide how much light is sort of being diffused up into the upper reaches of the atmosphere. I mean, I can go all the way up to the top if I want, but I think that's probably good. You just want to be careful. Let's say there was, like, you know, not a space shuttle, but some other thing, and there was some holes in here. We'd want to paint those, or let's say there was, we wanted that coming up here. I'd want to make sure I got some paint in this area as well, right? Just otherwise you'd have a weird situation where there was this no color in that area. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this, and then I might do it again just to get a little bit more opaque here. Okay, so I'm just going to mute the audio. So let's just do this again. And really I'm focusing my energy right on in between these, the dark area, like literally right here on the horizon. We don't need to go quite as high up, nor do we really need to go quite as far down if you don't want to. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay, so now I'm going to do this again. This time I'm just going to take some more warm blue and some more white. And I'm going to paint a little bit in here. Now, I was contemplating doing this right off the top, and I decided to add a bit of glazing fluid here, and you could do the opposite. You could do this first, and then use glazing fluid to kind of soften these lines. So remember what I was saying right off the top about how you kind of lose a little bit of what is where the horizon line is. So allowing this to kind of get dry brush. Just there. Okay. Alright, so at first it's like, oh my goodness, what a disaster. What is going on here? It's all part of the process, right? So I'm just debating what I should do next. Should we do the background or this coming back up over top? Either way, I'm just going to blow dry this and then I'll make a decision really quickly. I think maybe we'll do the top down first. So, just want to make sure it's reasonably dry before I start blending back down on top of it. So now, remember we made this dark color earlier. This was, we're going to mix more of it. Cool blue, warm red, and cool yellow. It's just a matter of getting these ratios right to get pretty close to a black. That's pretty close. I think we just need a bit more yellow in here. So now I've got a color that is very, very dark. I just need a bit more warm red in there. And we'll see, I'll paint this, and if I decide I need it to be a little bit more black, then I can certainly do that. Maybe before I use this, I just wanted to figure out where my horizon line is. So maybe I look at this and think, okay, the horizon line, let's put... It doesn't, at least this just tells me if my canvas is straight, then I'm going to try to go for that blend, or at least for this area to be kind of straight in there, if that makes any kind of sense, right? Okay. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add some glazing fluid to this. So how about I'm going to move it, put it right here. In fact, I'm probably going to put just a bit more to help with the transparencies. And then I'm going to get my what we call a mop brush out so that I can help do any blending in this area. I also find if you have you put too much paint on there, it can make the whole blending process a little bit difficult, because then you've got a lot of paint to blend with. So how about let's go the other way here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking across here to make sure that I'm in the same... Actually, maybe let's... this view here. darker up here. I knew I should have just waited till this dried. Okay, so I gotta let this dry, blow dry it, and then okay, let's just do this again. In fact, if anything, it's going to take a bit more glazing fluid. Okay. Alright, so what's happening is this mop brush has got a lot of paint on it, and now I'm sort of painting with my mop brush, which is not desirable. So just looking at, that's okay. It looks obviously very sloppy in here. That's totally fine. So just before I move on from that, I'm just gonna now take just the dark color on its own and then just paint this area above. So this has no glaze in it, just the color on its own. My dark color. Again, this is not black, it's just dark color made from cool blue, cool yellow, and cool red. And I'd much rather go a little bit over top of the white. And the reason why I'm using my fingers to brush out is sometimes I get a ridge there, and then I'm just brushing it away from this shape. Okay. And then in here, I'm just going to go back with a little bit of glazing fluid and just darken in those areas. Okay. So let's just take a, oops, I just crashed. I'll let that boot back up. So doing this, like if I tried to paint that whole space shuttle first and then did the background and behind, like I would be, as far as I know, unless you were to use tape on here, there'd be no way to get a really nice smooth blend. And these aren't the smoothest, but we can also take this blue and go back over top and we can just keep on going back and forth here until we get the perfect blend as far as you're concerned, as I'm concerned. I'm not sure how much more I want to do. You know, it's a little bit scratchy here, and again, that's because I put too much paint on here and then tried to blend it, and instead of just this mop brush blending the paint, it's starting to paint with it, and then it gets kind of crusty, and because there's a lot of paint on there, right? So I want this to be as dry as humanly possible. It's funny, I have got, like, I'm looking at all of these other mop brushes here, which I've got a couple of the exact same ones. This is what these fellas look like when they're brand new. But I just keep on going back to this one for I don't know what reason. I guess, you know, part of doing these classes, I always think to myself, I know that most people, especially beginner artists, are using very, very basic equipment. You know, they're like, I'm just trying this out as a hobby. I don't know if I want to really invest a lot of money into it, so I'm going to buy the cheapest paint, the cheapest brushes, and I'll see what kind of I can get. Now, a person might say, well, of course you're not going to get very good results if you're using the cheapest materials possible. Why even bother? But let's face it, I'm a realist, right? I know most people, if they're going to start painting, are not going to go out and buy the, you know, spend $100 on a paintbrush, $500 on paints, you know, get really, really expensive canvas. They're going to spend the bare minimum to get started and say, like, well, you know, as I get better, maybe I'll invest a little bit more here and there. You know, it's the way most people do any activity. You want to learn how to play hockey, you go buy some used skates, and you see, like, am I interested in skating? And if I decide I don't want to do it, well, that's $100 of used skates rather than a $600 pair of the brand new latest one. So I'm always thinking to myself, try to use, rather than use, you know, an expensive mop brush. I think this is, well, this is probably like 25 bucks or so. Most people aren't going to spend $25 on a single paintbrush. So that's why I haven't really used any of those materials. Okay, so I think maybe I will do one last little bit of a fade with some of the blue coming back up into this area. But before that, I'm just going to blow dry this really quickly. One thing I notice, as this paint is starting to dry and it becomes less reflective, I can see areas where it's not dark enough, so I'm just going to go back over here. I know my head's in the way probably right now, but this is the kind of stuff that later on when I'm looking at these paintings drives me crazy. I think, like, because often the color when it's wet looks darker or brighter than it is once it dries, and sometimes you miss those little bits. So just wanted to do that. let's clean the brush off. I don't know, like we're an hour into the episode and we haven't painted the Shuttle or the Canadarm. The Canadarm's disappeared. People are like, well, like spending so much time on the background. But really, in a painting like this, it's the background. If we can nail that background, it almost doesn't matter what we put in front of it. It will look pretty good, right? We always tend to think of the background as just an afterthought. But I really think, if you can get a good background and practice blending, in a way, like an episode like this is more about learning how to blend than it is really about painting the space shuttle. I often think with every one of these episodes, it's sort of semi-irrelevant who the artist is. It's about practicing and developing techniques, right? Okay, so I'm taking this same blue here, and there's not much left. I'm just going to put a bunch of glazing fluid onto my brush so you can see how transparent it's become. And again, I don't want to put too much on here. I've got my mop brush ready. And then let's just go back over. Where's my area? Right around here. Hair stuck in there. Ah. So there's my finger. Trying to get rid of that hair, I scratched the surface of the painting. And now I've got an uneven background, so I'll have to blow dry it, see if I can put a little bit more paint in that area, and then also lift this side up. It happens, right? Okay, let's do this again. I'm going to start on this side, see if I can. Bring this up a little bit to match. Right, there's barely any blue in this color, despite what it looks like. We can see a lot more of it when it's going over top of that black, but also this color is going to get it's going to be less and less apparent as it dries. That drives me crazy. Maybe I'll think about putting something over top of that. And also, now as this starts to dry, notice how I might want to bring that black back down here. So let's clean the brush, blow dry. Okay. So now, let's just take this brush. Glazing fluid, darker color. Very transparent, you can see, right? And when it starts getting really, really transparent like that, you really don't have to put much paint in there at all. Or I don't really have to use my blending brush, I mean, at all. So the reason why I'm coming back into this area, which is black, is I'm just using some extra black that I have on my palette, and I just want to make sure that, you know, since I've mixed this color on my own, that I don't have these two areas with one kind of black that's maybe a little bit more blue, and this one's got a little bit more red, and then we have, I may not even notice that until a month later where I'm looking at it and like, oh! Right, so I'm just taking that color and making sure that it's used throughout at least this area where I've been doing some work up there. Now, it does look a little, I could bring this down, but you know what? Let's just move on. Let's bring a bit of this yellow back on top, and then we're gonna do the space shuttle, and then basically we're going to try to get the background almost completely done in the next 10 minutes here. So let's go back to our yellow. It's got a bit of blue in there, but that's okay. This here, let's get it right on here. Again, I often tend to get a little bit of blue in my yellows, which I never really like so much, but let's blend with it. So this is the kind of thing, if you're using oil paint, you're just like, wow, this is so much more difficult with acrylic. Yeah, with oil paint, we would have been done this step, you know, 45 minutes ago. Acrylic painting just always takes longer to do blending. And I see how that arc happened because it's how my arm moves. That's going to get covered with ground anyway. This is not the best example of my blending ability, but I'm just gonna, we'll move on from that because I'm not really too concerned about making this blend. What I'm more concerned is in this area right here. Gotta blow dry that just to get rid of this hard. Okay. So I think now I want to maybe paint a little bit of the ground in here. Actually, maybe I'll just blow dry that so I can paint over top of it. Okay, and I'm just going to clean these brushes real quick. Very quiet chat. I guess everyone's busy working away over there on their own, on the other side of the camera, which is good. I wonder what everyone's painting today. I wonder if anyone's painting the space shuttle, or if you're working on your own things. So with my mop brush here, I'm trying to get it, I want to clean it because there's a bunch of paint there that's hardened on the bristles, and then if you try to blend with a brush that's got a bunch of little crusties on it, it just stops really being effective at all. And you want this brush to be as dry as possible, right? Because if it's wet, it's just going to act like a mop and it's going to wipe things away. So now let's get back to the image and just think about what we want to do here. Maybe a little bit of the ground in front, maybe a little bit harder edge. Okay. So let's take my blue, some white in it. Maybe even more white. And I'm going to put some glazing fluid on it so that if I do want to smooth it, I have that option. But just making sure that line is relatively straight. I might have been, you know, I probably could have put a bit of gray in that. That's a little bit intense. So, you know what? I'm going to let this dry. Just going to smooth it out. And I'm going to take my dark color, my gray, and mix it into here. Maybe just give a little bit of a halo. Just to allow a little bit of brightness to be there. So pretty much everything that I paint down here, I want to be kind of, you know, blurry. Now eventually I'm going to put some warmer blue down here. In fact, why don't we just do a bit of that right now? Let's put this warm blue into this mixture. I'm not really looking at what the original pattern is there. And I'm also just going left to right here, rather than up and down. I think that's also really important. Okay, I'm just gonna blow dry this, and then I'm almost done the background. Like, do I want to put a bit of orange? I could do that. Maybe we'll do a bit of that next. Yeah, let's do a tiny bit of that. Oh, a bunch of new comments there. Heidi says, I find blending unpredictable at times. Yes, it can be a bit of a surprise what you get, and that can be quite frustrating for sure. I mean, the more you do it, the better you get at it, but it's you know, again, it also depends on your way of thinking about things. Like, I personally, it doesn't... See, I want it more cool yellow in here, isn't it? You know, I kind of, like, personally, when things don't quite go quote-unquote my way, that doesn't necessarily bother me too much. It's kind of like, for me, it's a little bit exciting to be like, oh, okay, we got something unexpected happening. I could see why like a beginner artist might find that, you know, like very, very frustrating. Personally, like, I don't know if I find it frustrating as much as just, like, interesting, I guess. I think, like, the more and more you paint, the less emotional it kind of becomes, even if things aren't going, quote-unquote, your way. It's sort of just more of like a matter of fact, like, oh, okay, I guess that's happening now. Okay, so this is cool, cool red, little magenta, and cool yellow, just to get a bit of an orange quality going on here. And I can also just sort of brush this into places very lightly where, like, there's been, I might have had a little bit of trouble with my glazing, and it looks a little uneven, or you see the texture of the canvas. I might blow dry this and then do one more little bit darker orange, but I kind of like the way this looks, so we'll see. More magenta in here. Again, this is a cooler orange, not full strength orange, or not warm orange. And I think it's really important that this stays kind of blurry, because if it gets too distinct, it's going to make it look like the ground is much closer. Again, we want it to look like it's flying way above the earth, not right about to crash into the surface of the earth, right? Okay. I'm gonna go back to, I'm gonna take this warm blue, oops, and glazing fluid and mix that up right out of the tube and paint this maybe. Warm blue tends to be very transparent anyway, but I want to be kind of careful again. I don't want it to compete with the foreground or with the space shuttle itself. I should have just blow dried that instead of painting over it, because then I just start peeling paint off, or wiping paint off, I mean. Okay, I think I can fiddle with this stuff on the bottom after I got the space shuttle in. So let's move on to that part of the painting. We're an hour and a half in, and now let's finally get to the space shuttle itself. So let's go back to what color was I using? So this white, and I took a bit of warm yellow. That was a bit too much. And I'm just going to go over and paint these edges. Eyes are a little bit crossed right now. Yeah, so I can't. So I'm just going over the outline of the shuttle here with this white that's got a bit of warm yellow in it, to paint out the background, which I painted over top of it in places. So there's a lot of the space shuttle that's being painted out that I'm going to have to use my deductive abilities to find what those things were. So if I just look at this line, kind of going back, okay, this is the back of these boosters go. I mean, one thing we can do, if you're getting real, I was just thinking, for some people who are watching and are like, oh, I'm screwed, I've lost the whole shape of this thing. Well, let's, we've got this template. This is the benefit of having it. Let me just cut this in. We can cut this out and lay it back over top of the dried painting. Not that you're gonna wait for things to dry or blow dry it. And you could trace this back out or trace around it. Right, so I can take that. If I get it reasonably lined up, then I can just now I can already feel like as I do this that I might be scraping some paint away and making some not just lines but some grooves in the painting, so just be careful. Okay, so then I can just go in here and maybe using that to you could see how much I painted up over top of this shape, right? The one thing you just keep in mind that, like, you could see this left some little marks on there on the painting because of the carbon paper on the other side of that piece, so it can leave some black marks all over the place, so which can be very, very frustrating. Okay, this got a little bit of glazing fluid to this paint, which is kind of sticky because I mixed it about an hour ago, right? So mix a bit of glazing fluid, and it's going to make this white a bit more transparent. But white is so opaque that I'm not super concerned. I'd much rather have like easier flowing brush marks than a little bit of transparency, which I can always paint over a second time. This doesn't have to be perfect, but it certainly helps, like if we get this shape to be just the outline to be properly in place. Now it does have a bit of a yellowish quality, a little bit of almost a warm eggshell quality because I put a bit of warm yellow into this color. I personally like that a lot. I could see why some people might not want that, so just paint with white then. No big deal. Okay. Oh, and then the tip of the nose. And it's okay to rotate your picture, to turn it upside down. Sweet. Right, so that all of a sudden, so now we have the background actually looks pretty cool, right? And now we've got our space shuttle back here. It disappeared earlier because of all that blending. But imagine if we were to try to get these really kind of this blending, and we tried to keep this shape intact. What would end up happening is you'd have all this little fiddly work right next to the shape, and it just it breaks the illusion, right? It's so doing it this way, now we've got a nice finished background, and now we've got our space shuttle flying right over top of it. Okay, we'll let that dry for a second. Wow, lots of comments here. Lori says, I had the daylight bulbs, but they weren't very good, too bright, and the CRI wasn't good. One of the things, I have these lights which you can dim, and you can get them as bright or dark as you want them to be. I find that really, really helpful. So I would still recommend daylight bulbs. Maybe you don't have them on so bright, or you put something over top, like I have these like diffusion sheets. They're like, I mean, I guess you could use like a blanket or a cloth. You just want to make sure that it's not going to start on fire, right? If you're using like LED bulbs, then they're not going to produce heat. You just want to make sure that if you have, like, I have professional quality material that can actually sit on a hot light bulb and not burst into fire. But that's another way of just dimming the light if you don't have an opportunity to actually electronically dim the light. Lori says, I'm not painting. I have my son and granddaughter here watching the football game. Not too interested, so seek out now and then. Sneak out every once in a while to watch Michael paint. I've had too little time to paint lately. I bet there's a lot of people in that situation, right? Especially as the holidays start coming up. People got lots of family stuff to do, so I totally understand. Paul says, this is the best painting time for me, yet still learning how to upload my paintings to the Facebook group. Paula, you put your photos on the Facebook group every episode. You do a great job. May just joined. Hi, May. Nice to see you. Heidi's working on the paintings where I suggested how possibly to improve them. That's awesome. And Paula says, hi, Lori. I may be using a sheet of tinfoil to cover up part of the light so it's not too... Yeah, that's another way. You can certainly wrap the light or put some of the light on to bounce the light into one direction. So if you have like a lamp, you could put a little bit of tinfoil on one side that's facing you, so it bounces the light off the wall and then back onto you. Obviously, if your walls are painted like pastel pink or something, or red or yellow, then as it bounces off those walls, it's going to come onto your painting and have a slightly different color, right? So as light bounces around the room, it changes, and it bounces off objects, it changes. Okay. So what do I want to do next? all that work to get the background done. I'm much further along than it might feel, right? Because essentially most of the rest of the space shuttle is blacks and grays. There's a lot of little tiny details, but I'm pretty confident all of that will come by pretty quickly. Words I may regret here in a short bit of time. Actually, I could also... I'm going to wait till I get most of the rest of the space shuttle painted before I do the Canadarm here. Just because that way I don't have to worry about painting over anything. So let's mix up more gray because we're going to be using a bunch of it here. So where's thought I was using a smaller brush somewhere. I guess not. I need to get more color on here. Pascal says, hello Pascal. Hi Lori, I aim daylight bulbs at the white ceiling. You can try some. That's another great idea, yes. Taking your lights and just bouncing them off a white ceiling, that's another great way. Yeah, definitely if you have really strong lights. Like the lights that I have are all diffused, right? So there's just diffusers on them so they're not as intense and bright and strong. Otherwise, we would see way more reflections on these canvases. And like I have 3 big lights here, and there's this big one shining right at me, which is intense. It's a big floodlight, but it's got this sheet over top of it that diffuses it so that otherwise every time I looked up I would be blinded. Okay, sorry, I gotta take a quick snack here. I haven't had my lunch, so. Okay, so I'm mixing up another gray. Right, same thing. I mean, you could just use gray right out of the tube, but I haven't used a single bit of black in this painting. And we're painting space, right? So I just think it's a great exercise to learn how to do this without using any black whatsoever. Now this right now is a bit more brownish. That just means I got a lot more red in here. So I'm going to squeeze out some more cool blue in a moment. You know, one thing I think about all the time is, especially after I'm finished one of these paintings, because I use a very simple color palette, it's always very easy for me to look at that color and to kind of deduce what the like I could remake any of these colors relatively easily. Right? That's the another main difference between using this type of palette for hundreds and hundreds of paintings is if, let's say, I dropped a white paintbrush onto the background maybe 2 months from now. Maybe this painting is sitting here and accidentally washing my brush and it flings out and hits an old painting. Oh no, like I'm screwed. Yeah, it's a big pain in the butt, but because if we use the warm and cool temperature strategy and we use just these 6 colors, then trying to match that color to fix anything is pretty straightforward, because you just say, okay, this is in the background, it's a dark color. Well, I'm just going to use the same mixture that I make over and over and over again to make that dark color. Right? Oh, this shape is in the foreground, it's a space shuttle, so I'm just going to use a white with some warm yellow. That's how I'll get back to that color. So that way you're not having to sit there and think like, oh, how did I do this? Everything is very, very straightforward. That's another thing I love about a very simple palette. Okay. So I mixed this gray, which I'm going to be using. I guess I need a lot more white on here to give some depth to this space shuttle here. So in fact, I'm just going to take some of this right now and make a gray. Now, if I look at this as a little bit more on the bluish side, but you know, if I look at the original too, that gray is also a little bit blue, right? Because we could have a bit more of a yellowish gray or greenish gray, brownish gray, all sorts of different variations. But that's actually pretty close to the color I want. Okay, so I'm going to go down to a much smaller brush now. let's finally, we can zoom in on here and start getting into some details. That's a little, you know, I'm going to add some glazing fluid to this too to make it nice and transparent. And if I want to blend anything, I got that opportunity too. I'm just thinking to myself, do I want to, should I outline everything at this stage or just leave it like this? I'm not sure just off the top of my head yet. Oops, I should have blow dried this because this yellow under here is still a bit wet. Well, we'll do a little bit more and then I'll blow dry it afterwards. It's interesting, look at the different grays we have here. We've got this kind of a gray, this bluish gray, and then we've got this brownish gray inside. So I'm going to keep that in mind and use a different gray for that part. Okay, as I was just thinking, I'm going to blow dry all of this so that yeah. Okay. Let's look at this here. I think we're going to paint these, so let's paint these boosters all gray, and then we'll define that a little bit more later. Just be careful if you're doing that kind of blending that you don't smudge things out all over the edge that goes over onto the background. I'm taking just a bit more glazing fluid. Oops, sorry. Sometimes I forget what's on screen and not on screen. Well, this will get darker as we go. Let's take some of just the gray on its own. Maybe even a smaller brush now. Same over here. It's alright to also draw some lines on here. Turn this because it's sometimes just easier just to paint from a different angle altogether. Now again, I'm painting with a gray rather than just my black. Or without, I'm not using any black, but without using my darkest color. This has been slightly diluted with it's my dark color with a little bit of white in it. That just takes a bit of the punch out of that color. I'd rather build up to my darkest color rather than just going right to it. So there's going to be a few places where I use just white right out of the tube. And probably on this side of the tail is definitely a place where that's going to get just bright white, just the huge, because that's where there's light just shining on it really hard, which is what's causing all these reflections. I guess I could have done this outlining stuff earlier, but so I'm just eyeballing this. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? Oh, this little brush is broken. I'm just noticing it's a little bit different shape than that wing. It's funny how just a little line like that all of a sudden goes like, whoa, everything looks a little bit different. That's okay. Okay, so I just smudged a bit of paint there. So don't panic. You just take a rag, a clean rag. Let's get a bit of water on it. And then we just, see how I just pushed up there? Right. And then it's gone. Alright, so just don't panic. Okay, let's move. There's still lots to do down here, but let's just move on to a different part of the shuttle. And I think that, again, that always feels nice just to get. Well, how about let's do these doors here. I think, you know, I'm going to trim this back. It's a little bit too. Obviously, these doors won't close if they're right there. And I'll do those shadows and everything when I've got more of the shuttle done here. So I'm just still building the structure of it. Okay, this is interesting. There's a tiny, slight curve here, which I want to try to capture. Okay. Let's just draw some of these windows back on here. I'm going to paint these all gray for now, and then I'll probably outline it a little bit with some black. Okay, sometimes it's helpful even just to turn the canvas and just see if it makes sense from different angles. It might look perfect from one view, and then you turn it, you're like, whoa, hey, what happened? Why does it look all funny? So again, so I'll come back to this and refine that. Let's just keep on moving forward here. I think a lot of these rest of these lines are going to be a different color of gray. So let's just move back to the back of the ship, maybe. Personally, it's just I need to always be kind of moving around a little bit. If I spend too much time in one area, then I can really get frustrated and fixated on perfection. This way, if I do a little bit on one side of the spaceship, move to a different side, then I'm like, my brain's just not big enough to overthink anything. I'm just like, okay, let's move on to this area. Okay, I'm putting out whatever fire is in front of me. So that kind of drives me crazy that this is different size shape than that. One way that we can do this, we can fix it, is by just making this wider. Now I know this is not, it sort of will change the actual coloring on the spaceship. So you do that side, and then let's just thicken inside here. And ta-da! Now they look roughly the same. Right, so what was a potential major, well, I guess not major problem, but a source of frustration for me personally is gone. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna take my paint, I'm gonna, oops, so this same yellow that kind of whitish yellow. I'm just going to paint these doors back a little bit. Right, because I got to be able to close right over here, so maybe I got to that back. There's a bunch of glazing fluid in here. That's why this is not covering up as well as I'd like. But I guess now that I'm looking at it, it's like, oh, this is in shadow. But, you know, I'll paint that shadow in. But now that just helps me clarify in my own view what is, where that shape is and isn't. Okay. Oh, it's time just to take a second to look back at this thing from a bit further above. Okay. Coming along nicely. Let's have another sip of tea. I should be drinking out of my Canadian Space Agency cup, shouldn't I? And then my water, I should be drinking out of my NASA cup here, right? I'm just seeing here in the comment, wow, lots of comments. Pascal's joining us from Montreal. Paul, of course, is in Alberta. Pascal says, I just discovered this channel 4 days ago, looking for tips for Van Gogh. Started painting 3 months ago. Pretty awesome. Pascal, we did a whole week's worth of Van Gogh paintings. We painted 4 or 5 of Van Gogh's most famous paintings. So those are there if you want to check those out. We did, I think those turned out really, really great. I'm really, really pumped about that. Paula says, I noticed Michael's channel are posting on YouTube lately. Easy for the newcomers. Pascal, that's where I stumbled onto here. Hee hee. Well, I was looking for a painting, then YouTube did its thing, started showing me more of it. That's how that algorithm works. Once you look up one thing, it just bombards you with a bunch of stuff. But I'm glad that you found us here, Pascal. Yes, this twice a week, every Tuesday and Thursday at 4 p.m. Pacific time, or 7 p.m. your time on Tuesdays and Thursdays, for the past, what, 16 months or more? I don't know how long I've been at it. Over a year for sure, or a year and a half for sure. Pascal says the tricky part, that wings lines. Yes, definitely, getting some of those lines in. But now, you know, I'm pretty happy. I've got the structure established. I notice sometimes what happens is if this these glazes are still a little bit wet when you're painting, what ends up happening is sometimes these little pieces of paint kind of flake off of your hand and they sort of stick to the surface. It's super annoying. So I might have to just paint that out later on, but maybe I'll throw something in there like another little darker color or spot. Probably not something you can even see on camera. Maybe a little bit on camera there, but these things happen. Where should I put my Space Agency cup? I guess that's creating shadows there, isn't it? Oh well, you know that I'm drinking out of it. Laurie says, thanks for all the tips on lighting. My pleasure. Yeah, you got a captive audience here. I'm here until I finish, so I'm happy to answer any questions as I get closer to being done. Okay, so I think I'm going to make the brown for the inside, or to create that distinctly different color that's on the inside of the space shuttle here, inside the cargo bay. So that color is much more of like a warm brown. So let's make a warm brown. Let's take some warm red. Oops, that's cold red. Oops. I thought, yeah, okay. So let's just, yeah, let's do it. I was like, does it matter? It doesn't matter if you guys do it at home, but if I'm teaching people how to do it, I should be teaching people how to do it properly. Okay, let's start that again. So let's take some warm red and some warm yellow. Mix that together. Let's take a bit of warm blue. And now we get a brown, which on its own looks great. I like that color a lot, but obviously nowhere near what we want in the inside. It's a little bit too intense. We want it to be a bit more of a gray. So let's take some white and mix this into here. And that looks great, but I want it to be more grayish. So I'm taking my gray color that I mixed earlier and mixing it into here. And even then, the shadow is pretty, it's a pretty subtle shadow. Like, it's an interesting color. Ideally what maybe I should have done instead is mix the gray and then just added this brown to the gray. But, you know, if we end up in the same place, it's okay, right? Okay. I'm also just going to put a little bit of glazing fluid in here. Pascal says, he said Tuesdays and Thursdays, but today's Saturday, right? Yeah. I definitely, yes, every Tuesday and Thursday I'm there for sure, 100%. I've been, but I sometimes do these other I don't know why, but I can't help myself. I'm doing videos on other days of the week too. Okay, so let's get inside here. Okay. Slightly different color than I would have liked, but that's okay. I'm not going to beat myself up over this or anything else that I paint. Life is just too short. Paula, I should hire you to do promotion for me. I think you're doing a great job of encouraging Pascal to check out the other videos and things. I appreciate that. Okay, so again, even though this isn't in a shadow, I'm just going to clean that up. Pascal says, I think I have that famous painter's curse where I don't find them that good, but people say, yeah, almost all of it is on Instagram if curious. Pascal's done 60 paintings in 3 months. Awesome. I think there's some paintings are definitely way overrated for sure, and I think there's also lots of other paintings that are way underrated, and that's one of the things I've been trying to feature on this channel is some of the paintings that I think other people should know. Like most people, like if you ask who's a great artist, people say Picasso. I'm like, yeah, Picasso was a pretty great artist, a horrible person, but a great artist. Is he the greatest artist? No, I probably wouldn't put Picasso in my list of top. He'd probably make it in my top 20, but he certainly wouldn't be the first name that would come to mind if I was to somebody asked me who the greatest artist ever was. But I think most people, when they begin, just think, oh, he's the most famous, so he must be the best, right? So I think what we need to do is start putting some actual white into this spaceship. And so let's get some glazing fluid. I'm going to take my white. That's just pure white. A bit of glazing fluid. That way, if I want to blend things, I've got glazing fluid to do it. Okay. You know what? I should blow dry all of this. Okay, so now I just want to come in with some actual white in here and start putting my highlights onto the ship. So I'm not going to put it everywhere, just in kind of like little subtle hints in places where, as opposed to putting I've got shadows where the light is going to be hitting it most intensely, and that's kind of like from, kind of a little bit from below almost. So I love doing this kind of thing because it's very subtle, but it really helps give like dimension to a painting. Is, you know, as opposed to if we just painted this white right off the top, then what we would have done is just had the extreme on one side, and then everything only could get darker from there on in. Here we started with kind of a middle ground, middle value, and then we can darken and lighten. And you can just use as much white here as you want. In fact, we'll probably go back over top of this even after this white dries and add even more to make it pop even more. I'm going to put this white on the inside of the cargo bay doors because it's getting some light. darken that. Okay, slowly coming together here, folks. Let's oh, I wanted to get some white right on the tail here. Okay, let that dry for a few minutes. Where else can I think I've got all the white that I really want to use at this moment. You know, I might need to kind of continually kind of go back and brighten some areas. Am I at the place where I can do the Canadarm yet? Laurie says, I love the happy face on the craft. Where do you see the happy face? Okay, a couple things. Pascal says glazing fluid. That's like gloss medium. No, there is. I do have. Gloss glazing fluid, and I also have gloss medium. They are very similar and can kind of be used interchangeably. Kind of. Just to begin with, I'm using matte glazing fluid, not gloss glazing fluid. So satin or pearl and matte are generally the same thing. Different brands name things a little bit differently. The difference between your matte, or sorry, any kind of medium is just paint without color, right? That's all it is. It's literally just they just get a big vat of medium and they add powdered pigment into it, stir it up, and put it into the paint tubes. That's exactly what this is, right? And you've got gloss and matte. I prefer always to use matte fluid for everything, but if you want to use medium and you want it to be glossy, then that's fine. Glazing fluid is different than medium. They are additives that you can mix into your paint, but gloss or any kind of glazing fluid is for doing very thin coats of paint. It thins the paint out while not destroying the color. So often people will use when you first start, you might use water instead of gloss fluid or glazing fluid. keep thinking gloss. Often people will use water instead of glazing fluid to thin the paint out, to do essentially a glazing exercise or glazing technique. But the difference is that water will tend to make the paint look very grainy, because it's literally destroying the paint, right? It's how you clean your brushes with water. So you want to use like water very sparingly, if at all, at any time in your painting, right? That's the number one thing. If anyone ever learns anything from anything I say, is like, once the painting has begun, put the water away unless you're cleaning your brushes. Don't mix it into your paint. I have tried, in past episodes I've done, I can't remember which episode now, I've done so many, but there has been a few where I've used glazing or medium instead of glazing fluid, just to sort of show the differences, and it does a pretty good job. The thing is it dries much faster than glazing fluid, so often with glazing you're doing very, very thin layers, and you want to blend those layers out. And if you use medium instead of glazing fluid, then the medium will just dry way, way too fast. And then you're stuck with these kind of rigid brush strokes, which can be really, really frustrating. So glazing fluid has a slow dry component to it that slows the drying time down, which is really, like, makes a huge difference. Right, if I was trying to do any of the stuff I did earlier in this painting with matte medium or gloss medium, I wouldn't have any hair because I would have torn it all out. I don't think I'm going to paint white inside all these little squares here. If I wanted, I would have done that earlier. I'm fine with just these little highlights here. If I want, I could do little tiny little brush strokes. I am debating whether I want to use my Posca pen, my acrylic pen, to do some work. Now I'm going to go back into my dark color, and I want to do a little bit of outlining now in this painting. I think I'll just use the paint to do it, but you could use an acrylic pen to do outlining. Not Sharpie, we've talked about this many times. Keep the Sharpies out of your acrylic paintings. So this is adding a tiny bit of glazing fluid to this color to get a bit more of a fluid line. Okay, so you got a big blob of paint. What do? I'm going to take my rag. Let's get a bit of water on it. Let's just wipe this right off. Alright, so nope, don't panic. Don't ever panic. Just take a breath. The moment you realize this little mistake has happened, if it is in fact a mistake, because it could be, as Bob Ross says, a happy accident. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I like this line, this big dark black line that I've put here. I wouldn't say it's a mistake, but I probably would have gone a little bit lighter, and I could just wipe it right off, just like I just did to that other blob. I'm just going to keep moving forward, though. How did that happen, Michael? Why is this... Okay, I'll let that dry, and then I'm going to fix that, because that's going to drive me crazy if those doors can't close. I'm going to resurrect a little bit of this gray, or just add a bit of white in here. Glazing fluid of this gray. It's going to darken this other side of the spaceship here. Getting rid of this little bit of white that was right there. It didn't seem to make much sense in that place. or at least just reducing its intensity. This is a very, very thin glaze, right? Very little, but I'm going to beef it up just a bit here. Just to speed things up here, because I want to wrap up relatively soon. Oh, that outline I didn't do here. Okay, so let me do that outline. I forgot. So I'm going to go dark up here. Let's do the windows again here. Anyone remember seeing the movie Space Camp? Did it ring any bells? Remember, I saw that movie. It's a kind of early, mid-'80s movie. I'm not exactly sure when it was released. Probably, I would say, 87 or something, I bet. About these kids who find themselves on the space shuttle when it, I think, yeah, launches accidentally into space, or I can't remember what the story of. And then they got to get back home. remember really liking that movie. It was perfectly... It came out just when I was of a particular age. So, you know, up close, all this stuff starts to look pretty sloppy, right? And that's okay. Most people are never going to look at your painting very close at all. You always have to keep that in mind. Some people just focus so much on making it look perfect, even right up close, and it's just a bunch of wasted time. Like, next time you're at an art museum, you could literally just be a little bit conscious of how long you look at some of the most famous paintings in the world. You'd be like, oh, I only looked at that painting for maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Huh, that's interesting. Sorry, sometimes it's helpful for me just to back out and take a look and see how things are turning out. Okay. Let's get some of these shadows. Oh yeah, I wanted to fix that. Sometimes you spend a bunch of time doing a little fixing. So let's do... I'm just going to take some pure white. Just gonna blow dry that. That software just crashed a bit, so I'm just gonna be a bit patient while it boots back up. I'll just keep on painting. Okay, here we go. right? And then boom. Fix that little issue. We'll go outline that in a moment. So just trying to give a tiny bit of a curve to it. Paula says, 11 years ago I stumbled onto your bridge artwork just outside of my workplace, the main library across from City Hall in Edmonton. The world is small. I'm so thankful. Thanks a lot, Michael. Yeah, so... Gosh, that was 11 years ago. Yeah, I did a outdoor mural in Edmonton a long time ago. And small world that Paula saw it. Obviously, this is long before I started doing these episodes, so that is very, very funny. Okay. There's lots of little details. I want to do the boosters probably next, and then I think we could also do the Canadarm, essentially the subject of today's episode here pretty quickly. I also want to do the NASA logo. Which should we do first? Let's get the NASA logo in here. I'm just going to put some cool blue on my brush. That there. I'm going to take some warm red. The American flag. I might even go back and clean that up with some white later on. Actually, the NASA logo. Maybe I'll blow dry this so I can put the little swoosh on here right now. Columbia. Actually, maybe while we're let's something like that. Let's think about where this should go. Maybe even be helpful to put a bit of tape there like that. Obviously it's going to be longer than the original just because. And maybe I'll do this with my Posca pen, actually. So I'm going to use what we call like an acrylic paint pen. Right, so this kind of thing is great for doing very, very small details, like the one I'm about to do here. Right, so you can write or draw with it. One thing is this is pure black, and I don't have any black elsewhere in the painting. Which makes me feel like, oh, maybe I should now use a little bit of black in the sky or the outer space to integrate it. But we'll see. Much bigger than I would have liked. Does kind of make it look a little cartoony now. I'm sure I'll be okay with it. It's just, you know, right out of the tube there, or that again, that's the difference between just going right to black. I think I also need just to kind of, I might put a little tiny bit of shadow or variation on top of that, just to integrate it. I don't know why I'm doing that. Shouldn't be quite so dramatic of a... Now I've got to go around, kind of round out these other ones too. Okay, I was going to do these boosters on here. Woo, 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 woo. I'm going to take this brownish color and add more black to it. So this is this brown that I used for the shadows inside the cargo bay door. I'm just mixing that into here. I'm just mixing up another gray. I was like going to paint around, and I'm like, you know what, let's just paint that all in, and then we can darken it subsequently. So okay, we'll put a little bit of spotlight on there later on. Okay. Let's, I think it's time to get that Canadarm in place, and then we can do a little, because we're got a pretty good job of like the majority of little things in here. Like, do I want to do all these? I could do a little bit more texture inside. Yeah, maybe let's do, let me take this brown and get some glazing fluid on it, so it's mostly glazing fluid. So I can do very, very subtle. I think it'll almost probably be too subtle. Just get a bit more paint on here. And even though this looks like it's, I guess it's a square shape in here. But then why does this look curved? Is this, I think it's circular inside here. So I'm gonna maybe deviate a little bit from the original. And paint these slightly curved lines in here. See, the fact that I can just go and use my finger and just smudge that out a couple minutes after I painted a line like that is because I've got glazing fluid in this paint. If it was, if I'd used just the paint right out of the tube or anything else, there's no way I would be able to just wipe it away like that. So that's one of the things I love about acrylic paint, or using glazing fluid in acrylic paint. I know these lines aren't really here, at least quite as visible as I'm painting them, but I just feel like I want a little bit more structure here. This is just the same color, but with a little bit more gray mixed into it, just to darken it, make it show up a little bit more. Very subtle. Okay. Maybe I'll put a little bit of warm yellow. Just a little pop of it. Maybe that might be enough. Just the little hints of color I think are kind of nice. Let's do the same thing. I see this little triangle. That was supposed to be a triangle. Didn't quite turn out that way, but that's okay. Oops. Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna paint the Canadarm here. Finally getting to that part of the painting here. A little bit of water I splashed accidentally onto the surface. Just take care of that. So maybe let's back out. I might actually blow dry this because I'm going to use my template. And I want to just put this on here. That way I can find where the original, because it sort of connects here. I could just eyeball it, but since I cut this out earlier, let's actually use it, right? So okay, so let's do the Canadarm. Yeah. Sometimes my mind goes a little bit blank for a moment there. Okay. Doesn't have to be perfect, but hey, you know, if we're gonna do it, why not try to do a fairly good job? Or if anyone was interested in how to do it as closely to the original as possible, then it's helpful to see kind of, again, I cut this out. This is my original template that I traced onto the canvas. All these little goodies, they get embedded into the surface. Okay. I need some more white. Before I cut this open. So make sure because once you cut these tubes open, they're open. And I got these jars of paint. Okay, there's still a little bit of room. I could squeeze a bit more up. Okay, but I'll do that in another episode. Now, if I remember, this white was old white that was pretty sticky. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna use I could use medium gloss or matte medium to help revive it. I'm just gonna use a bit of glazing medium just to stir into this old white paint to waken it back up again. Essentially what's happened is it's dried a little bit, so a lot of the water has evaporated that was in there. So by wiping or adding a little bit of any kind of additive or medium to it, I can kind of wake it back up again. Okay. Or maybe let's keep that one zoomed out a bit. Now, I could paint right up. I could get super sharp lines if I painted right up on top of this tape. I don't want to do that just because I haven't. I didn't intend to do that just yet. So we'll hopefully see there's not too much paint sneaking underneath this tape. I have done whole episodes on how to use tape to make paintings. What was the last time we did that? Oh, see there, I got some paint over top of that tape. Maybe let's just put this other one here, this line. Not exactly sure how it attaches to the ship itself. And we can make this line as beefy or thin as you want it, right? Obviously, I'm going to need to put a few coats of white to cover up the dark background. Look at that paint snuck underneath the tape. The tape sort of kind of like pulls paint underneath it, so that's, I was just using it as a guideline, but I got lazy and painted right up to and on top of that tape, which wasn't the brightest idea on my part, but I always say learn from all of my mistakes. You get to just watch me make mistakes every day. So I think I just need to let that dry or blow dry it before doing any more on it, just because it's just now, yeah, why am I even bothering? I just but maybe while I got white paint on here, that's not gonna work because I'm gonna run out of room for that whole word on there, right? So let's just take this off, just wipe it away delicately. Gotta make that much smaller. I'm not even going to put the horizontal lines inside the A. That's probably enough. You know, Pascal was talking about all those little white tiles in here. I think I am going to paint just quickly some white in here because I don't like how white this is, the text on there. It looks like there was a mistake and I painted it the last moment, so I want to bring some white back in here. Okay. Let's blow dry this. I'm going to put some white back on top here. Something got smudged. Really do want to make sure this is opaque, as I can kind of get it. I could do 3 or 4 layers to make it super opaque, but just want to cover up not only just the paint below, but any kind of texture. I'm always very careful to try to avoid heavy texture when I'm doing this type of a painting. Actually, let's blow dry this. Is there anything else? Just doing little tweaks on these engines here. Okay, let's blow dry it. Pascal says, so no magic tricks when having transparent color other than doing multiple passes. Not sure what that means, or what you're Using transparent color is game changer for acrylic painting. I mean, maybe I haven't given the best impression in today's episode, but it is probably one of the most essential techniques for acrylic painting, is being able to paint. I mean, that's the history of art, is transparent color. Like, all of the most famous paintings made up until maybe the mid 1800s were all done with transparent color. That's it's yeah, I don't know what to say to that. Like every painting that's in a major museum done prior, over the past 500 years in the Western world anyway, all have transparent color. Like, that's how artists painted for a millennia, because that's the only way they could paint. I've done almost all of the shadows and things in here with transparent color, so I'm not sure what you're asking, or but it's having glazing fluid is the difference between having a very, very limited number of paintings you can make and being able to paint any painting that's ever been made. Right? So it is Pascal says, I mean, it's useful, but like when you need to draw the white arm, we need to pass a few times. I was using paint right out of the tube. If you're painting a color, painting, I have all these dark lines, and there's no way that you'd be able to do it with just one coat of paint, right? In order to kind of block out the color below, it's just like if you're painting, you're changing the color of your bathroom or something, you have to paint out whatever color's there. You might have to do 2 or 3 coats of paint. So, yeah, I don't, and so that's not transparent paint. That's regular paint right out of the tube. No matter what brand or how much money you spend on it, you'd be forced to deal with the same sort of thing. So I want to kind of simulate. I want to try to give a sense of the texture of, and the shape. Whether these are the exact right things or not is kind of irrelevant to me, but and it's getting pretty hard to see exactly what's going on down here. That like that. I know these kind of stripes aren't on there, but they're very helpful for me to give dimension to this Canadarm here. So I'm cheating a little bit by using them. Some people are like, oh, now you've just ruined it. It's the authenticity of the original. It's like, I don't know. I mean, maybe if this was an official NASA painting or something, I would spend more time. But I'd also ask them for like more reference materials and I'm just gonna paint something that it connects to down here, because I can't see what's going on down here. So let's just give it some weight of. You kind of sometimes have to play a little bit loose with things to make it work. Okay. Now, writing Canada on here. Do I even want to attempt this? Maybe this is a pen situation here. Here, let's get even closer. So I'm almost like tattooing this, just barely touching the canvas, almost like little dots. Even then, it kind of looks a little bit. I mean, I could paint. I might even just take a little bit of white paint once that dries and just kind of glaze over that just to make it a little bit less dark. I'm going to take a little bit of red here. I know the Canada flag is above the A here. I mean, this is the size of my fingernail. Very small little detail. How much more do I... Oh, should I do stars? I did stars on this painting that we did a few months ago, or last month, or whenever we did this. Should I do stars down here? was this white bracket thing here. I just put a little bit of red in this. This is the same paintbrush I did for the flag, and I just didn't bother washing it because I just wanted a little bit of extra color, something a little bit different inside here. I think I'm going to darken that shadow a little bit. Keep making it wider. That's okay. Okay. I'm going to do some stars in the background here. And last time I spent a while doing research and trying to find like stars that I thought were meaningful to my family. Speaking of family, I would like to get upstairs and be hanging out with my family, so I'm not going to spend too much more time on this painting. I'm going to get quite a hefty amount of glazing fluid here so that I can make these semi-transparent kind of circles. And I'm going to kind of just do them kind of quite higher up in the air here. And actually, you know what? I'm going to take a little bit of cold yellow and mix that into this color. That way it gives them a little bit of that sparkle. And then when we put white over top of it, might be even a bit too bright. Don't want to go maybe too much further down than that. Maybe I'm just going to turn that around. There's a lot of glazing fluid in this white, and there's some yellow in there. And as it dries, they're going to get much duller and less prominent, which is good, because I think if they're really, really bright, it would look a little bit funny. And actually, one of the things that I want to do is go back to this painting. Oh, I see I added a little bit of cool blue to it, so let's do a bit of that. I like that look. Afterwards I was like, oh, it's very top heavy in the bottom in this, so while I'm painting stars, it's okay to go back over an older painting and add a little bit more to it if you feel it needs it. I know there's probably somebody tuning in right now like, wait a second, am I having an aneurysm? Didn't we do that painting a while ago? What's going on? Okay. Interesting. Use a slightly different process than I'm doing here, so maybe I'm just gonna take a little bit of a lesson from that previous painting and just add a little bit of cold blue into a few. That's probably enough, I think. And I'll wait for this to dry, or let's blow dry it, because I also want to do a little bit of a shadow on one side of this here. Okay. And then just going back, and on some of these stars giving a little bit of a white spot in them. Makes them pop a little bit more. Same sort of thing here. That makes me happy. That this painting felt really lopsided for a while, so. Okay. That shadow. So let's put a very thin gray glaze on here. Let's just get some glazing fluid. The light's coming from this way. Just had a little too much on my brush. Okay, so I gotta be careful with these Posca pens because they kind of smudge a bit. I've noticed that a few times, so you really gotta wait for that to dry overnight before you glaze or paint over those pens. So I'll just do that. I'll just start wrapping up here. Okay. So how about this little guy here? What can I do to fix that? Let's see if we could take a bit of the cold blue and white. Do I have any white? There's some white. Boom, disappears. Lots of little tiny flaky things all over here from my hands, etc. But I think that's good. I think I can live with this painting. All right. Certainly took me long enough. Okay. It's the 13th today, right? Yes. What did I call this here? "40 years later from the moment that happened." Woo! Okay. Thank you everyone for watching and painting along with me. I enjoyed all the conversation today and all the different comments and questions. It helps the time go a little bit faster. It keeps me interested and focused. So thanks so much for taking the time to join me and paint along with me. If you enjoyed today's episode, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you want to donate to the show, your donations are what bought these lights that we talked about in today's episode. And you can use the PayPal link down in the description below, or you can send an e-transfer through my email. Contact me through the Facebook group. Upload your version of today's painting to the Facebook group. And then in a few weeks, we're going to take a look at all of the great artwork that you guys have made. And I'll give you a little bit of feedback and some good old congratulations, right? Okay, everyone, enjoy the rest of your evening and weekend. I hope it is warm and dry wherever you are. I know here in Vancouver, it's freezing cold. And there's, I should say, there's lots of other places in Canada that are like, oh, it's cold, eh? It's there's 5 feet of snow out front, so I'll take that back. Things could be worse. Okay, folks, thanks again. We'll see you guys on Tuesday for Anish Kapoor. We'll talk all about that on Tuesday. We'll see you guys soon. Have a good night, everybody.